Better, yes. Okay, let's get started. What's going on? Okay, starts, begins into the person mode. Close all these files we don't need anymore. Tracking settings, which are fine. We've got our rotation. Camera zoom settings. Yep, so in our awake function, we are getting our rigid body, we get our animator, get our input reader, and our sound emitter. We apply our third person offsets. We set our cursor state to locked. Then we subscribe to our listeners. Unsubscribe from our listeners. Initialize these values and switch to our moving state. State. It's true. It's off. It's false. If orbit enabled, cursor locked. Let's do this. Vector 2. Look. Input. Reader. Look value. This one input reader. Look, squared magnitude 0.0001. Yeah. Yeah. Look. X. Orbit sensitive. X. Yep, this is all good. Yeah. Is this one zero? Then I don't think this needs to be changed. Let's see. Yeah. Just do- Now, what are we doing? We are going to lerp between our offsets. We can actually get Copilot to do this quite easily. Thank you. And we're going to yield return null. Yeah. Incredible. Let's see. I'm on Windows 11 now. This feels very weird. What? It's not bad. I'm sensitive, but not bad. What is this? It's fine. Holy shit. Hat linked. Hello. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. If you need to raid and run, by all means do so. I hope your stream is amazing. And streaming Factorio. Goodness me, I haven't played that game in a long time. Ah, I see. Okay, we got some bullet fam in here. Welcome, welcome. Hatland. Do I know you from somewhere? You must be in... If Daryl is from one. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I'm making, actually, faster progress on my third-person controller than I thought I would. Which is kind of like my first task of the day, as we gear up for getting ready to playtest. How are you doing today? Hatlink, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. How was the stream? Have you played Factorio before? It was good, good. Was it your first time playing? No, I played it a lot. Okay. Too much. I've played it. I've had a few good stints of being really into Factorio, but it's not one of the games that I've logged like thousands of hours on. To be fair, I don't know that I have any games aside from maybe League of Legends that I have thousands of hours on. I play a lot of things. And Hatlinked, are you from one of the networking Discord servers? If you are, don't forget to check in. Right on, thank you. For anybody who is here maybe for the first time, I'm Birdsong Technology. I've been streaming since late November of last year, and I'm making a game. That's my thing. I stream game development on Wednesday to Sunday, starting in the morning in Pacific time zone. I'm glad you think so. So I'm streaming the process to remain accountable to working on my project. And this is just a small sliver of what we've been working on. Hatlinked? Oh my goodness, with a raid, a follow, and 100 biddies. You didn't need to do that. Thank you. 100% of the revenue that this channel makes is cycled back into either the stream or the game. I won't be buying Jordans or anything like that with any of the money from my Twitch, and it does not go towards paying my rent. Do not feel obligated to give me money, although it's much appreciated. Thank you. Remember me when you're rich. I'll remember the 100 biddies. Let's see. So what am I doing right now? I am working on my third-person camera controller. I'll be back to collect, with interest, I presume. Oh my goodness, that was sensitive. Okay. Okay, so we are successfully transitioning into our top-down state. Kind of. It's a little bit janky. It's very janky. And we have our rotation function here. That's also not really working. Fuck. 120 biddies? Alright, understood. Let's see. There we go, I've given you a follow. That's in repayment for the follow you've given me. And, I promise you I'll get you the 120 biddies. I'm a little behind. Of course, of course. Coming in from Pizza Party and Bullet Fam, can't afford not to follow. Okay. So that's interesting. We need to figure out the transition back into third-person mode and why our rotation isn't really 100% working. Um... Hmm. Chicken people, hola, welcome in. How are you doing? Let's see. Doing okay, how are you? I'm doing very well. We've had a very nice stream so far. Had a very generous raid, handful of follows, which was nice. And getting a little bit of work done. See. Don't need to worry about this spawn shot logic anymore, or this handle footstep. This activate top-down routine is working well. The zoom routine is going to need work. We can close fixed update for now. We can close late update for now. All of these other things can be collapsed as well because we're not using them anymore. All of these frickin' variables need to be handled at some point. What are you working on today? Right now, what I'm working on is making my third-person character controller a little bit better, because what I've learned is that I think I actually enjoy the game in third-person mode a little bit more than I did in top-down. It feels a little bit nicer to play. So right now I'm doing the work of making that third-person controller easier and nicer to use. And after that, we're kind of just working on making everything feel better for a playtest. Also, I updated to Windows 11 yesterday with a Hail Mary, hoping it didn't break anything. Shit may go sideways this stream. I don't know. Yeah. Let's go back into our code. That end of life for 10 is approaching. It is October. So I thought I'd adapt before then, so I'm not in a pinch. And you know what? It looks pretty sleek, but I am a rather niche user. I use my computer for few things other than game development these days. I don't like all the extra crap they include in Windows now. I liked 7. I think the first Windows I really used was Windows Vista. I am not that old. I'm young to a lot of people. One second. Oh god, no. Vista was way after my first time. Hold on. What was before Windows XP? 98? Yep, this is what I remember. I grew up on this, shortly followed by XP. But this is where my true memories lie. Not because I was born in like the early 90s, I was born in 99, but my family just had these older computers. I feel like that's always the thing though with Windows, is that they... Hold on. Windows releases Wikipedia. Like, where is... Took up on 3.0, 95, 98. Yeah, fair enough. So we got 98. Windows, what was this? Wasn't out for long, I guess. And we got XP, Vista, and then we have 7. And this is where we start seeing a pattern. Windows 7, people generally really liked. Windows 8, nobody liked. Windows 10, generally people are liking it. And what I've heard now about Windows 11 is that a lot of people aren't liking it. 7 was very stable, and 8 was just weird. I never used it. I'm sure I have a laptop that has Windows 7 running on it somewhere still. That's when they started to try to run a tablet / phone OS on a desktop. Yeah. It was really, really weird. Everything about it felt off. Like, we had all this stuff going on, which looks like a smart TV. Not really what I'm into. And the desktop was like an afterthought. Yeah, all in all, not a fan of Windows 8. 10 was nice. Where was Windows 9? Don't know. But that's all. How's the Wednesday treating you? I'm actually a huge fan of Mac OS. It's so simple. I use Mac at work, partially. I had a vendetta against Apple for a very long time, just because of kind of the way they treat planned obsolescence and everything. So I try not to use Apple products until I went to college and I started using them a little bit more. And I learned that if you want to make iOS applications, you need a Mac device. And I also started involving myself with Linux systems more and learning about how Mac OS is Unix based. So when I bought my most recent laptop, it was a MacBook. And you know what? I actually quite enjoy it. It's not for gaming. It's not supposed to be. It's my work computer. Many fond memories with that laptop. Terminal programming in Starbucks. When does the founders sub badge stop being a thing? Okay. What am I doing? I'm doing the zoom in functionality. What more? I'm not sure. This is my first founder's badge outside of my wife's channel. I just looked it up, and the founder badge is a special subscriber badge awarded to the first few subscribers of a Twitch channel, either affiliates or partners. For affiliates, the first 10 Prime or paid subscribers get the badge. Yeah, so you are one of them. Thank you. If not top-down activated and scroll down to the beyond, that makes sense. Activate top-down routine. Also, and what is this going to be? Top-down activated and scroll delta dot y is greater than 0f. This is not going to work exactly the way I want to, but it'll be fine for now. I'm in the hunt for my next game to play. I haven't found something that scratches that itch yet. We like Souls games. What other kind of games do you enjoy? Let's do start routine. Deactivate top routine. Let's implement this function. A lot of games, sorry. A lot of games like platformers, RPGs, ARPGs, beat 'em ups. I play some shooters, rarely though, they can get boring to me. I don't really like shooters myself. Although, do you have a PlayStation? Or actually, it's also on PC. Do you, have you played Horizon Zero Dawn? It's one of the 2 games I've ever 100%ed. I love it. Yes, I have it. I never beat it. I encourage you to. It's very good. Bonus points for beating it without fast traveling. I haven't played the sequel yet. I started it, but got shiny object syndrome and started playing something else. Which was Kingdom Come Deliverance, actually. I tend not to be open world, sadly, since there's so much to do. Fair enough. Alright. We got one. Hi, Cloud. Thank you for your offering. I never beat GTA 5. I have never even touched the story in Grand Theft Auto. Any of them. I'm gonna hang out and do my core stuff. Sounds good? Yeah, you'll be doing that for a while. Never beat Spider-Man? As it just so happens, that's the only other game I 100%ed. Do you like sandbox games? Like Minecraft? I mean, Minecraft is a sandbox game. But like, do you like the kind of games where there isn't really an objective per se? It's just play the game. I'm fine with that. Okay. There are 3 games that I've tried streaming in the past that I love. One of which is RimWorld. Which actually is, a new DLC was announced for that recently, and they got a big update. Then there is Kenshi, which is, it takes a very particular kind of person to enjoy Kenshi. It's a game about struggle at its core. And if you do like sort of like hack and slash sort of things, I encourage you to check out Mount and Blade. All three of which actually have a very strong modding community if you're into that. But I'm generally not. That being said, I did, in my most recent playthrough of RimWorld, did actually install some mods. So, the deactivate top-down routine is going to look a lot like this other one. Alright. This is... This is kind of the thing. That's fine, we can try that out. Let's go back in here, run a quick test. I don't know why that's pausing, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so now we're back in third person. It's still quite jittery, and I don't really like that. Do let me know what game you end up playing, Chicken People. I'm very interested. I don't know. Windows 11 looks cool to me. I haven't really sunk my teeth into it that much. What? That's not quite right. Let's look at our Cine Machine camera. Battling Bard, welcome in. Thank you for your offering. Okay, right now I'm hopping around playing some games that are on Game Pass. Expedition 33 is on Game Pass? Metaphor, Diablo 4, and Path of Exile 2. Okay. How much is Game Pass? Because, like, I've heard nothing but good things about it, but I haven't played it. Or I've never used it, rather. PC Game Pass. $15 a month. Oh, bro, they have Barbie Project Friendship. It's worth it, in my opinion. I get it. Been thinking about getting Game Pass too. So many good games on there. Can I look at, like, their library? All Game Pass games. PC games. This is just the recently added, most popular. PC games. They got GTA 5, Minecraft, Forza, Expedition 33. I would certainly look at that. Oh, they have the Gears of War games. I've always wanted to play the Gears of War games. I actually don't know if I have any of them. Holy shit, they have 447 games. Yep, so I've wanted to play Plague Tale. That's way more than I expected they had. I can't imagine chipping through all of these. Like, there's no way. To be fair, I wouldn't want to play all of these games. I think I have Valhalla. I think I have Odyssey. I think I have... No, I don't have Odyssey. I think I have Origins. They've got Balatro. I wish I had the time to play more games. I wish I could play more games without feeling guilty. Control? That's a game I wanted to play. We've got all of the Crash games. Even if you play one game a month, that's worth it. Yeah. Stop me, Smee. Welcome in. Hello. How are you doing? I see you everywhere, all over the place, but I don't know if I've actually ever caught one of your streams. Gonna be a bit lurky while I work you over here. Totally. Happy to be here. I'm happy you're here. Got the original Diablo. They've got Diablo 4. They've got all the Dishonored games. It's a damn shame. I already have so many of these games. Like... I don't have Frostpunk 2. Do I have Gears? Let me just... Oh, I think I do, actually. I think I do for my old 360. The Buzzbox 360. Anyway, let's get back to what we're working on. Ugh. Battling Bard, are you in Pizza Party? How long have you been working on this game? I started in March. Yeah, I started in March, and really there's been a lot of R&D, implementing something, finding a better way to do it, and fixing it. Oh, music stopped. 1 second. And we're back. Gonna keep you tabbed while I eat lunch, of course. Of course. Enjoy. You are in Pizza Party. Don't forget to do your check-ins. You only need to do it once, and then there's auto check-ins after that. Of course, don't forget to check in, that's all. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. Alright, I am back. It's been a good start of the week for me. Now, I need to figure out any other plans for this week. Work and stream. Work and stream. I've been slacking on drawing recently, so I'd like to get back into drawing more. I've recently deleted all of the games from my phone so I can lock in more. And I'm probably going to do the same with all games on my computer, aside from Baldur's Gate, which I'm streaming. What about you? Anything interesting going on with you? Which Baldur's Gate are you playing? 3. I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3. Normally, I play games in order, but there was just so much hype around Baldur's Gate 3, I caved in and played that one first. Work and stream and hopefully write. What are you writing? Are you an author? I've only played 3. Okay. I'd like to play Divinity, like that franchise of theirs. Hopefully someday. I'm writing a novel, but I've had short stories published. That's super cool. Published in like magazines or as like paperback. I've heard those games are good, like the Divinity games. I've heard that before Baldur's Gate 3, people regarded it as the closest you can get to playing D&D in a video game. Online magazine, super cool. Well, how far through your novel are you? I'm learning D&D and the game has helped. Not too far, only about 20,000 words in. Isn't that like halfway through a novel? Average novel one. Typically falls between 70,000 and 120,000 words for adult fiction. Okay. So depending on who you talk to, you could be a little under a third of the way through, or just getting started. I actually really enjoy writing. I feel that once this game comes out, writing might be another creative endeavor I pursue. But right now, I've got to lock in on one thing. Just curious, what genre of game are you working on? I am making a 3D squad-based roguelike set in a dark and gritty fantasy medieval setting. That's kind of the elevator pitch. Oh, I love that. That sounds really cool. Here's a command I have that tells you a little bit about it. Battling Bard, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. We are already a third of the way through my follower goal this week. Thank you for that. For what? For the just brief elevator pitch? Yes. Yeah, it's some fun stuff. I think I might be the only game developer streamer in Pizza Party. So I'm trying to encourage more people in Pizza Party to try dabbling in it. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anyone else do this before. Well, it's a whole category. Like, the game and software development category has been blowing up over the last little while thanks to Pirate Software. But, not very common in Pizza Party or other networking discords, I feel. If zooming, return. If top down is not activated, and scroll delta is less than 0, so in other words we're zooming out, then we activate top down routine. Else if top down is activated and scroll delta is greater than 0, then we start deactivating our scroll routine. You know what? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna change this start coroutine. And we're gonna make a brand new coroutine here. We're gonna do zoom in, then maybe deactivate. Control delta Y and sensitivity. It's probably the wordiest function I've ever made. And this is going to return an I enumerator. It looks very complicated. What looks very complicated? Just the wall of code or something else? So is zooming equals true. Vector 3 start off all the codes. It's very impressive. I've been programming for, well, I actually got my Unity license in 2016, I think, maybe a little bit earlier than that. So I've been fiddling with this stuff for 9 years, but I never really started taking it seriously until about 3 years ago. And I've also been, like, I have 3 years of web development experience, so I'm no stranger to code. But, it is complicated. Though it's like learning a language. Seriously. I am a strong believer that anybody can learn to do this. There's a lot of people who gatekeep, but I could teach you how to make your first program in probably 10 minutes. That's wild. What's wild? There. 2. Let's see. Was 2. Yeah. That's pretty much exactly what we're looking for. Float. Target this. Being able to learn something like this. To be fair, I went to school for 4 years to learn how to do it. 2 years of a computer science degree that I dropped out of, and then two years of a college diploma that I finished. It's a skill, and it's not something that comes easily. It takes a certain kind of mindset to be able to enjoy this kind of thing that for a long time I didn't, just because I was in the wrong domain. But being in game development, you should make a course. I could. I could talk to my mom about making a course. People say I'm good at teaching things, but then people also say I'm horrible at explaining things. So I don't know, Chief. From experience, you are very good at explaining things and great at teachings. Sometimes you just yap, but that's your charm. For context, for everybody that's new here, Cloud is my wife. Also remember you taught me to make the website thing? You taught yourself how to do that. I helped, but you did. I don't even remember where I learned it. Maybe I should do that again. Super fun. I can send you the link on Discord. But you're busy. Do your course. Yeah. Exactly. Almost there, though, I think. How many more modules are there? I think I just started the last one, and then I have to do a survey. There's also an ebook I'm gonna have a quick read. Okay, right on. What is it? What do you want? You're making it very difficult to lock in, mister. And what are we clamping? We are clamping current distance minus zoom delta. Zoom min zoom distance max distance. Vector 2 new 1 right equals yz.normalized times target distance vector 3 and offset. Right. F. Wow. Elapsed less than zoom duration. Elapsed. Let's see. And oh, we are so close to 60% on the Pokedex. Yo, 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 it's Arrow Hyphy. Welcome in. 2 out of my 3 mods are hanging out right now. How you doing? It's been a few days. It's about to storm really hard here. Also, just shitloads of rain. Lightning and high winds are coming. Is Michigan in the, like, often hurricane path? Is that like something to be concerned about there? No, no. Okay, okay. Yes, stay safe. Don't be touching flagpoles. I'm also jealous of your weather. What's the temperature right now? It's 77 right now. Oh god. Freedom to maple leaves. 1 second. 25 Celsius. Okay. So, It's actually pretty warm over there, hey? But 82% humidity, so it's thick. Oh, yeah. That definitely sounds like thunder and lightning territory. After it rains today and tomorrow, it's going to be 90 out. That's fucking crazy. Don't envy you anymore. I live in Florida, so I feel you on the humidity. Bard, is Florida as fucking wild as news headlines to make it out to be? Or is it, like, fairly chill? My guy, the brain is so big right now, you have no idea. The brain is swelling. I'm from South Texas, so this humidity ain't nothing. Is Texas humid? It is absolutely as wild as they say. Not a fan. 0 out of 10. I like to think that Florida man is one person who's just out there committing crime after crime, doing crazy, stupid shit. My brain is all smooth, my guy. So is mine. Yes, my Texas is. Louisiana is even worse. I imagine so. Like, there's a lot of marshy regions in Louisiana, right? I do enjoy Florida man stories, as long as they happen nowhere near me. I heard about a story of a Florida man throwing an alligator in the window of a McDonald's drive-thru. Why? Couldn't tell ya. Oh, that's a classic. To be fair, Canada's got some crazy shit too. In Ontario, there was a McDonald's that was known for always being like an all-out fucking brawl. And there is a legend... Oh, I need to drive my guys. Drop my wife off at work. Alright, see you in about 15. Sounds good. Let me see if I can find this video, because it's absolutely crazy. Okay, so this is called Raccoon UFC. Or no, McDonald's UFC, rather. And this is what it is like. All the time. Alright? But there's something about this video that is truly insane. I'm trying to... I don't recall where it is exactly. Like, it's just a brawl. I can't imagine trying to get a McDouble and this is going on. This guy, right here. So, let's just back up a minute here. Look over on this side of the screen. This guy just sits here and pulls a raccoon out from his hoodie. And he's like, alright, enough is enough. And he holds it out like a talisman. I don't know. That shit's crazy to me. I imagine Florida has some spots like this, but maybe I'm wrong. What the hell exactly? Oh my god, how did I miss that the first time? Oh yeah, like it's one of my favorite videos of all time. Like I imagine this is what it's like in a D&D party where everybody is getting clocked. Like you've got your barbarian in the front getting multi-attacks going crazy. You've got your wizard casting spells and shit. And then the cleric is in the back just casting healing spells. Sounds way more fun than going there and seeing it with that in person. Yeah, yeah. There's a McDonald's in my city that's also notorious for stuff like this. Um, one of my friends was working as a bouncer, and he actually got in a fight with somebody and had to throw him through a glass window, like a glass wall at a McDonald's. And that's crazy. To be fair, he wasn't like a close friend of mine, he was more like an acquaintance. I think he probably went too far, but I don't know what it is, man. What? That is crazy. Yes. Yep, the whole thing shattered, and they had to close the McDonald's for a few days while they put it in a window. Okay. You'll return no. And then afterwards we snap to final, so send a machine far away, just to make sure that we're getting there to the right spot.
Ads are starting. Thanks for your patience.
Actually, I have a function for this. Why am I not using that? I'm assuming he didn't work there after that? I couldn't tell you. I don't remember. Also, I'm just not in very close contact with this person. is less than or equal to 0.01 f. Oh my god. Did I really miss that catch? Do I need to do a capital T? No. Okay. Start coroutine. Deactivate top-down routine. And we have a reference to this. We have no references to deactivate. Oh, we do now.
Back from ads. Thanks for sticking around.
All right. Thank you for hanging out through ad breaks. Appreciate you. Let's take a look. Is this working now? And it's gonna pause because there's an exception we need to fix somewhere. Oi, oi, oi. Zoom out. Our rotation functions are working fine. Zoom in. Good. Interesting. So our cursor doesn't go into locked mode. And it's still a little too close. This is good. Why? No, I want to screenshot this. Throw that into Mr. Jippity and see what we get. Be back in a moment. Oh, hello, Timu Pirate Software. Thank you for tuning in, Carlson. You've caught me at a point where I am literally about to step away, only for a few moments, but I'll be back in a second. All right, I am back. You've got quite a few lurkers here. That's cool. Yeah, we got a 6-man raid here earlier. I'm still here lurking. Thank you, Smee. Much love. Welcome back. Thank you. This is looking better and feeling better to play. Battling Bard. I like the name. Battling Bard, do you play League of Legends? If you do, you and Put Carlson would get along very well. Thank you. I do not, but I feel like I need to start playing League. Dodgeball Simulator. No, Battling Bard, League of Legends as a whole, that I have a mixed relationship with. But all in all, I think it's a decent game if you play without chat. I've started playing solo queue again after a long break. I've had absolutely no ego. Taking responsibility for mistakes that aren't even mine. It's the way it goes. Okay, that's fair. Maybe I'll give it a try. I think it's worth a shake if you like kind of like top-down, sort of like strategy games. But I feel like right now is probably one of the least approachable times for the game, just because there's so many characters who need to learn shit. But there's game modes that'll help with that. Yeah, the community is very toxic. I would, yes. Carlson is a coach. He is probably the best League of Legends player I know. And I do feel that right out the gate, getting some support in learning how to play the game well and learning to play the game without getting super frustrated with it is very valuable. Let's see. Carlson, do you still have an AI overview for... I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Who is Topal? That'd be awesome. I always worry about getting in toxic game communities. World of Warcraft is awful sometimes, but I love the game. I really enjoyed my time with WoW, but I stopped playing as soon as my guild leader started getting really sweaty and toxic, because I'm not the sweaty kind of person. When I'm playing online games, I play to have fun, not be the best, right? I was addicted to it a few months, but I had to stop playing it. League of Legends, yeah. Like the game, but hate the toxic community. For sure, muting chat is fine. It's totally up to you there. Yeah, add me on Discord, same username. Yeah, it's always had a problem, but it's gotten really bad lately, which is a shame. It's a good game. I've played it since like um um well, Carlson is a professional League of Legends coach who's been playing the game since its beta in 2009. After dabbling in jungle, top, and mid roles, he's settled on support in Season 6, becoming especially known for his Bard gameplay. On Twitch, he streams gaming and productivity sessions under the handle Carlson, serving the official editor of the Lathris community. He's a Twitch affiliate with over 175 followers, sharing build guides and coaching insights with his audience. That's from ChatGPT, Carlson. Does it gas your ego? A professional League of Legends coach. Oh, it's a pretty good summary. Yeah, I would say so. Oh yeah, it does for sure. I bet. Carlson, when was the last time you streamed? There you go. Go follow Carlson. He plays League sometimes. I mean, a professional gaming coach isn't exactly something that needs credentials. It's like calling myself a financial advisor. Well, you're not technically a financial advisor, but you work in the industry. And by the way, financial advisors don't need any education, but financial advisors do. Ah, I see. Way too long ago. Since you last streamed? Yeah, stream again. Have fun. If you're playing League, why not throw up a stream, right? Even if it's just a short one.
in the beginning, in the beginning, yeah, in the beginning, yeah, in the beginning, in the beginning.
It's a good one. I like that channel point redeem. Let's go back to my code. Arrow Hyphy is back. Oh my goodness. I need the food, then the caffeine. What's for the eats? And what kind of tea is your caffeine today? I should have some tea today. I had some very nice Earl Grey. And like a vanilla coffee syrup. Oolong. Unsure what the food is. You were mentioning that in California there was a lot of good Mexican food, but in Michigan, what are you noticing is like the common cuisine? I love a good cup of tea. You will get along with Arrow. Arrow's channel, like, his emotes are literally tea. Speaking of caffeine, I'm contemplating getting pre-workout. Do you not use it? Never had pre-workout before gym, but caffeine hits you like fucking crazy. So depending on when you work out, it might not be the best. Like, I've taken it around 6 p.m. and been up until like 4 a.m. And caffeine generally doesn't affect me that much. Yeah, I hate pre-workout. I enjoy it. Makes me all itchy. Yes, I would have to take it in the morning. Yes. If you work out in the morning. But you have a gym in your building. Generally, what time do you wake up? Correct, which makes it easier. Totally. A good pre-workout is cardio. Yes. When I go to the gym, I warm up with running. I wake up at 8:20 a.m. for 8:30 a.m. work. Go run, it'll wake you right up. Totally. Like, when it gets cold, sometimes I wake up hella early and do a run just from like my house to a nearby mall and back. It's about like 5 kilometers. Not sure what that is in burger units, but just a nice little jog. And when I'm at the gym, I do like running on a treadmill. Yeah, it might be leg day today actually for me. Five days a week for 6 years I ran in the military. Sometimes we ran for very long distance. Sprinting is good too. I preferred sprints over distance runs. I think I would prefer distance myself. Like, in my peak physical condition, I was doing like running for 25 minutes and then walking for a minute to rest and then repeating the process until I finished my run. That was easily the most in shape I've ever been. But I am in probably the least in shape I've ever been right now. So, starting to go back to the gym to rectify that. Yeah, I feel that, man. You're a pretty lean guy, though. Like, I'm definitely an exomorph. So if I don't take care of myself, I turn into a blob. I'm actually going into the staircase later and just walking the apartment stairs. You had mentioned that you were doing yoga to see if that would help with your chronic pain. Any updates on that? Yoga is good. I'm just not disciplined enough to do it every day yet. Fair enough. There is an app called Bend that is all about stretching, Arrow, and you might like it. I've heard people that like do stretching exercises daily are incredibly healthy. Oh, there's a guy on YouTube I watch. Oh, I think I know exactly what you're talking about. The flexi guy. Knees over toes. How do you mean? Oh, is that his name? That's what everyone calls him. Okay, the knees over toes guy. I'm not familiar then. He can stretch like crazy. When I'm not like 240 pounds, I'd like to be more flexible. And he has incredible insight. I bet. He was about to be a pro athlete, then lost functionality in his leg, so he rebuilt himself. Lost functionality in his leg, like through a car accident or something? I think it was an accident, but don't quote me. Fair enough. He's like almost 40 now and has a higher vertical jump than he did in his 20s. Right on. Damn indeed. Alright, Arrow. First question of the day here. 20 years from now, would you rather live in a world of perfect automation where no work is needed, or one where every person must contribute some form of labor to earn basic necessities, and why? Everyone must contribute. Okay. Why? Because humans need structure. Fair enough. I kind of agree with that. We need work, we need hobbies. Well, your hobbies don't necessarily need to contribute to the world. We need leaders. Yes, I can definitely agree with that. We cannot be effectively subservient to our automated processes. We do need people to actually steer things forward. We need to have some kind of structure. Yeah. But like we've had this conversation a few weeks ago now, where if all of the manual labor is automated, that frees up people for more knowledge work and creative work, which would allow people to live more fulfilling lives, I feel. Just downloaded that Bend app. I'm gonna check it out. Do so. It's very nice, actually. And chicken people, have you landed on a game to play? Not yet. Have you played Schedule 1? I have not. Wife plays it though. It's a lot of fun. When my wife and I first got it, she would come home from work, I'd be finished streaming and be like, okay, we're gonna play Schedule 1 for hours. Although it is an early access, so right now I feel like once you've experienced all the stuff there is to experience, it loses its charm, but it's in active development and there's a big update coming out at the end of next month, I feel, which will add more difficulty to the game and like the mid and late stages of the game, which I'm excited for. I'm on the fence about it. Why? Why on the fence? Some aspects of the game, I feel like I would get bored of it easily, like the growing and farming. Stardew Valley. I've played a fair amount of Stardew Valley, but it's another thing where it's not really for me. Like, I do like combat, and I feel like the combat in Stardew Valley was a little bit too shallow for me. That's just me. I also like No Man's Sky a lot. Era, did you check out Elite Dangerous? Where I was cooking, and no, not yet. I've not played a lot of No Man's Sky, so I'm not really familiar with what it's like what the combat is and everything. But I think you'd really, really like Elite Dangerous. And there's some pretty cool VR in that game too, if VR is your thing. I don't play games like Stardew or No Man's Sky for combat, not the point. It's about connections and exploration. Well, Elite Dangerous is a one-to-one scale of the Milky Way galaxy. And it's not all about combat. You want to do mining for your money? You can do mining. Do you want to do space tourism? Sure, you can do space tourism. You can even just explore and sell off your survey data. But combat does play a pretty major role in it. I am back. Welcome back. Finally. Thank you for cleaning. I'm gonna cheat today and let someone else make my tea? How sinful. I'm joking. I had to step out. I saw a charge on my credit card that could have been fraudulent. That's pretty yucky. Hopefully it was resolved. I'm pretty lucky in that I've never really had fraudulent charges on my credit cards. I've had someone steal my info 2 times. Yikes. It was an app I'm using to study for my Canadian citizenship test. If you're looking for your Canadian citizenship test, where are you from originally? NJ, New Jersey? Or some other country? Canadian citizenship. Easy. Maple is good. Go hockey. Boom, you're a citizen. Oh, you need to also know the king's name. And, New Jersey. Okay. Well, welcome to the Great White North. My mom lives in Jamesburg, New Jersey. Arrow doxing his mom. Uh-oh. Or this could be like, oh. Forgot one other thing for Canadian citizens. Donuts good. Donuts mid. Is that really a thing that Americans think about Canadians? That... That's one big beaver, eh? The test seems pretty hard. Cloud, my wife, did it a little over a year ago. And there was some studying to do. But I don't know exactly what was there. At least the practice tests are. Okay. I would be a good Canadian. Smoke weed day and eat maple donuts. Yeah. I like Canada better than the US. Well, you've lived in both. That's fair. I'll never leave America. Love this country. And that's something I really appreciate about American people. Is there's a lot of patriotism. Which is it's very nice to see. Like, in Canada, I've noticed that a lot of people have dissent and generally are unpleased with the country. Which, I love my country. I was born here. This will always be home to me. how illegal is weed still in America? I think it depends on state to state, Cloud. There's also a lot of nationalism which is destroying this country. Nationalists think we can do no wrong, and we're great no matter how many atrocities we commit. I don't mean to get too political, but I do think that is largely in part to having a two-party system for your government, which inherently amplifies like the tribal us versus them mentality that humans have. Even with like a third or fourth party, it would ease that a little bit more. Sure, there may only be one or two like primary contenders, but if you have other options, it would ease up a little bit. It's like, oh, I'm not left, I'm not right, I'm this other one. We have multiple parties. Okay, this is news to me. But no one votes for them. Yeah. I left the US to get married. Well, you've come to a good place. I hope. Wait, really? You didn't know that? I know that there's other parties. Like, there's hundreds of political parties in Canada. But there's really only 4 or 5 that people really care about. And of those 4 or 5, only 3 matter. The Green Party, Libertarians, Constitution Party, and Natural Law Party. Just to name a few. There's also independents. Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of us versus them in the States, which exacerbates a lot of things, I feel. I consider myself independent. Okay. I like to think that I'm a fairly centrally, politically aligned person as well. Let's move on from politics. I don't want to alienate anybody here. Okay. Which would you fear more? A computer smarter than humans, or a computer that feels emotions like we do? Can we talk about religion? I'm not a religious person. I think I'm gonna put that one to bed right there. That's one I don't touch. Yeah. I'm sure I'll for sure offend people. Yeah, I'm not a religious person. That's really bad. But computer smarter than humans, or computer that feels emotions? Which scares you more? Well, I feel like the smarter than humans part is a thing. So not very scary. Fair enough. Kind of what they were designed for, yeah. Computer that feels emotional. Yeah. And do you think that when we reach like artificial general intelligence, we'll start seeing that? then it reacts by killing us. Potentially. Computer that feels emotions, but like the want to kill humans sort of emotion. Yeah, the ideal Terminator style. Just wipe everybody out. Okay, Bean, you're getting banished. It's someone else's turn. Humans aren't doing it right anyways. Do you think robots would? I don't know, to be honest. I feel like if we had like a purely robot inhabited place and their idea was, okay, recreate more of yourself and do what you can. I feel like they would kind of evolve to this state, if they just are let to run free and there's no other entity keeping them in check, they would just use all the resources available on the planet to recreate themselves and then move to another planet and self-replicate there, jettison everybody to a new planet, and just rinse and repeat until they completely annihilate planets. It's kind of what I think. It's hard to predict how advanced robots will become. I don't think so. I think robots are going to become far more advanced than we can possibly fathom right now. Will robots be sentient in the future? I think so. Still here being lurky. Smee, you are goated. Thank you for being here. Will robots be sentient in the future? I think that depends on how you define sentient. Will they need zero human input? Yes. I believe yes. Once we reach artificial general intelligence, everything's going to skyrocket. We're going to see a giant economic boom, and humans will need to do very little. Lavender Moonrise, first time chat. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. We have conversations like this only when Arrow arrives because we get very philosophical when he's here. But I appreciate you tuning in. Did you land here in a raid, or were you from somewhere else? Can they critically think? Can they repair themselves? Will they have their own philosophy and religions and so on? Robot art. That's what sentient means to me. Can they critically think? You're kind of getting to a point right now with like reasoning models where they can critically think, depending on how you define that. Can they repair themselves? I would hope they can. You'd probably have like robots that repair other robots and robots that create other robots. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Will they have their own philosophy and religions and so on? That I don't know. That might be a uniquely human thing. Robot art. That's what sentient means to me. Potentially. I'm not sure. I would like to transfer my existence into a robot shell. Or into the cloud. Yep. Yep, just jettison my brain into a robot body so I don't need to eat or anything like that. Just need to plug in every now and again. No, I'm from Pizza Party, and I saw you're doing software and game development, and I was fascinated. It's what I stream. I think I'm the only streamer in Pizza Party that does this, but, it's my thing. Don't forget to do your check-ins, please. Walking to the tea house, taking you with. We had that talk, 100%. Go to the tea house, get somebody else to make your tea. Let me know what tea you get. I want to go to tea house with real tea, not the stuff we buy in stores. There's a really nice tea place downtown for me. That, it's expensive, but every time I go there, I really enjoy it. I think I may stream from my couch later. I might try to tune in if I'm around. Iced oolong with honey. Okay. Okay. Love that. I'm a co-working streamer. Then I do cozy gaming. And I feel like there aren't many of those there either, so I always check out non-gaming streams. One of my mods, Put Carlson, sometimes does co-working streams as well. But, he doesn't stream that often. But yeah, there's not a lot of streamers in Pizza Party that are not gaming streamers. And thank you for your offering. I love tea shops. It's 1000% different. Totally. Even when you buy the tea from the tea shop and make it at home, it's not the same. A lot of programmers and coders in pizza. So I'm guessing if you do it all day for work, you don't want to stream more of it. Some people love it. To some, I would even argue for myself, programming is a form of art. Just a very abstract, weird form of it. Nope, they make it with precision and magic, I swear, for like tea shops, yeah. But there are a lot of programmers in Pizza Party. So on Zoom input, if is zooming, returning. If not top-down activated and scroll data.y is less than 0, activate top-down routine. Looks good. Else if top-down is activated and scroll delta.y is greater than 0, so in other words, we're zooming in. We start the coroutine, zoom in, then maybe deactivate. Scroll down to .y times zoom sensitivity. Yep, that makes sense. Else, start coroutine. So this is if we're not... This is just figuring out the zoom if we are not around 0. Man, this guy is fast. Already have my tea. Is it steeped well? I'll show you. Oh, do so. Oh, ads are starting soon. I'm sorry.
Ads are starting. Thanks
Oh.
for your patience.
Ads are up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be back in a second. And for all those people who are not in ads, I'm back. Wait, Arrow, did you get your tea from Ding Tea? Yeah, we have a Ding Tea in our city. And I noticed that there's no bubbles in your tea. Not a bubble tea kind of person. All good. Ads are a free way to support, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Did I show you the massive manga books I got? They're like full size. No. Bubble tea is stupid. Okay, why is it stupid? Can you tell me? Oh, see, I love bubble tea, but unsweetened. I also love bubble tea. Not fully sweetened, though. Like, I tend to modify the sweetness of it and be like, yeah, can you give me, like, half the amount of sweet you do usually do? I just have a first world problem. Tell me about it. My phone didn't connect to Wi-Fi as soon as I walked in. I had to manually connect. Such a burden. Oh, what? That's a fucking bitch right there. I love manga. I love anime, but I read super slowly, and I've never really got into manga. I got into like Marvel Comics a while back. That is a very large book. It it says Colossal Edition right on it. I've probably read more manga than watched anime. I have a lot of manga. It's just all in Japanese. And I can't really understand Japanese. I used to read before bed for hours. Me too. I used to be like a very big bookworm, and I still am to a degree, but I listen to audiobooks more. But sadly the sites are down that I used to use. Get there's an app that we use here called Libby, and you sign into it with like your library card, and you have access to thousands of books. I'm gonna be eating some food, but still here. So I'll be muting and unmuting as time goes on, so you don't hear my slurping sounds. But, if I stop talking suddenly, I'm probably still yapping, but muted. The Children of Húrin by Tolkien. Not familiar. I use Libby and Hoopla. I used to read so much before bed. Now I can't seem to do it as much. I can't quiet my mind enough. I'm visually impaired, so it's very hard for me to read without getting all lost and confused. But I still really enjoy stories. By read, I mean manga. Yeah, fair enough. You want me to slurp? Is that what I'm hearing, Arrow? Let's see. I don't know if my microphone will pick this up, but it's gonna happen once. There you go. Yep, I'm actually a mukbang streamer now with no face. I do a lot of audiobooks while I work. What do you do for work? I also love Libby. I paid for Audible for probably 3 or 4 years before learning about Libby, and I immediately cancelled it afterwards. ASMR stream. No. No, I don't think I will. Alright, I'm a freelance graphic designer / remote administrative assistant. So I do a lot of organizing and boilerplate emails. Yep. ASMR stream, let's do it. I'll eat. Yep, everyone just eats at the same time. We'll be in a Discord call. And everyone just eats. So you're a graphic designer. Like, do you do your work with like HTML and CSS, or do you do your work with like Photoshop and whatnot? Which works well for my audiobooks. Fair enough. 100% Discord audio lunch. Oh yeah. Chaotic Discord call, just all slurps. 100%. Also, yes, Cloud is crazy about eating ASMR. Arrow, I'm just crazy. Relatable. I get that. Crazies unite. Photoshop and other software like that. I do a lot of Twitch overlays and Twitch panels at the moment. But I used to do branding for small businesses and artists and musicians as well. Very cool. I actually just recently got these overlays. Thanks to a massive hype train that Chicken People and his wife are responsible for. But that's super cool. How long have you been doing that? What's the little guy's name? The owl guy? No name yet. No, the owl guy does not have a name yet. I like your overlay. It fits the theme of your channel very well. I also love the owls. The blue one is adorable. The little guy? The little guy that moves off to the side? And where the hell I'm putting the mic? What mic? Like, Are you thinking about kicking up your stream soon? I've been doing it for a few years, part-time on the side, but I'm starting to do it a bit more now. If one can make that kind of thing like their full-time, I think that's very rewarding. Oh, I did miss the first message. I'm here listening, just figuring out how to set up my PC under my couch and where I'm putting the mic. Yep, fair enough. I've been reading and watching Shangri-La Frontier, and the main character reminds me of you. Of me? I hear Shangri-La Frontier is very, very good, but we're a little over 100 episodes from being caught up in One Piece, so almost there. Oh, thank you for the screenshot. I get it. Get one of those mics that clips to your throat for maximum volume. Oh, and when I eat food. It is rewarding to do what you love and make any money at it, let alone a full-time living. 100%. But it's important to not make it, like, all about money, because then your passion for it dwindles. Get a mic you can shove up your bowels so we can get the full experience. Yep, the full track, extended cut. Gross. 100 to be current in One Piece is a huge flex. Congrats. I was like roughly 600 episodes into One Piece, and then I met my wife. Well, my now wife. And when we met, I was like, look, I'm watching One Piece. If it's something you're interested in watching, I'll restart it with you. So we did. And we've been together for 3 years, a little over 3 years now. And we're now almost just barely caught up. I've watched almost 1,800 episodes of One Piece. That's a lane no one is exploring digestion. Of course. I just enjoy doing it. Exactly. Do what you love, right? My wife gets into some anime. I've been trying hard. Cloud and I have very similar tastes, so it's never really hard to find something that we both want to watch. She really loved true crime and unsolved cold cases and gruesome stuff. Netflix has a lot of that. I tried getting into One Piece. Go on. But she's reading Death Note right now. Death Note's really good. It was one of my first animes. Actually, very well could have been like my second or third. Gundam and Dragon Ball were my first. Back when I was like 6, and Sailor Moon. I just randomly stopped. It didn't hold my interest. One Piece? One Piece is a fucking journey. I feel like once you get past East Blue, where you learn about like Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, once you get past that, it takes the fuck off. But it's a big commitment. I'm not huge into anime, but I'm very familiar with the fandom. One of my best friends is really into it, has a One Piece tattoo and everything. He's also into Gundam. I'd like a One Piece tattoo one day, maybe. Maybe. Luffy was still building his crew. You can't disrespect One Piece here. This is true. This is a One Piece, this is a One Piece friendly stream. It's okay to voice your opinions against One Piece, but it's okay to be wrong here. I'm joking. I'm entirely joking. Everyone has their preferences. I honestly watched one of the episodes of the live action with my friend, and I really want to start the anime. That's why the live action exists, because the anime is coming to a close soon, within like a couple years, I think. And the live action was a way for Oda to be like, hey, look, I get that you might not be into anime, so I'm gonna make it a live action. This is what it's all about. If you want to come watch the anime, do so. And I want a Nazgul tattoo from The Lord of the Rings. That'd be cool. There's also a Netflix version of the anime coming. Oh yeah, The One Piece. It's going to be abridged and shorter to consume for new viewers. Easy to consume for new viewers. Yes, 100%. It's gonna make everything a lot shorter. Like, they're gonna condense 60 episode seasons into like 12. And it's also gonna be like brand new animated. Like, One Piece is almost as old as I am, by like a factor of a few weeks. Thank you for pinning that, Cloud. Have you watched Ninja Scroll? I've never even heard of Ninja Scroll. But, yeah, as I was saying earlier, One Piece is, like, as old as I am, and when you watch the older seasons, they're pretty rough around the edges. But it's being reanimated by the same people who did the first season of Attack on Titan. It's gonna be super cool. No truer words have ever been said. This is true. I miss older, more obscure 90s anime. Very visceral sometimes, less cartoony. How so? Anime now is full of characters who just yell all the time and loud antics. Yes. This is true. All the female characters talk in the highest, most annoying octave. I don't know why that's trendy. I don't know that I... Can you give some examples? Yes, of course. Shangri-La Frontier? I haven't watched it, so... Constant yelling, loud antics, yeah. Annoying voices. I found Black Clover a little bit hard to watch because of that. Like, what's his name? Protagonist in the first, like, 15 episodes. All he does is yell. He never speaks normally. It's always yelling. Just finished Black Clover again. Always yelling. Good story, though. It seems very good. I just never finished it. 90s anime had a more grown-up vibe. I should watch more anime from that time period. Plus, the animation style can't be replicated. Fair. Totally, totally fair. Have you seen Neon Genesis? I cannot say yes, but it's on Cloud and I's list. I know. Dude, you're killing me. I know! I haven't actually watched a lot of anime. I've watched a lot of One Piece. I'm making you a list. Please do. Definitive 90s anime. Was Cowboy Bebop from the 90s? We have a long list already, 100%. Most of them are one season, man. 20 episodes and then it's over. You can do it. 100% we can. Make the list. Send it over. I'll review. I'm trying to get Burguy to watch real people shows with me. Yep, this is true. We just need a Netflix subscription. Yes, we need Carlson's Netflix to work on our TV. I even watch RuPaul's Drag Race, and that's not my lifestyle. Crazy to see what happens when we get married. We're definitely not reality TV people. Every night for the last 3 weeks, it's been Mythbusters for us. I love Mythbusters. Mythbusters is really fun. Bird cannot stand reality TV. I'd rather tear off my fingernails than sit through a season of, like, a binge session of reality TV. Yellow Jackets. I've never heard of it. Maybe. I am an HGTV or like a TLC girly. I haven't had cable in so long. I couldn't tell you any shows on these. I've watched almost everything HGTV has to offer in Food Network. That's some stuff I can kind of get behind. Love watching houses be remodeled and stuff. Gardening shows too. I've heard that, what was that show where they'd find these people where it's like, oh, it's a Make-A-Wish kid, or oh, so and so was in an accident and needs to be in a wheelchair now. And then they would it's like home makeover or something like that. And they would whisk the families away into a hotel. And then they would do this whole like rapid fire renovation of this house and completely transform it into something that looks amazing. But I've heard that like after the fact, when the family moves back in, it's like really shoddily put together because of the time crunch they're put under. Baking shows are fun. I'm not a big reality TV person, but I do enjoy Big Brother and Survivor because I love watching the psychology of the choices people make. It fascinates me. There's some strategy to it. I like watching Gordon Ramsay scream at people. Yes. Move that bus. Yep. Survivor was a lot of fun, but I feel like it's way overdone now. I feel like I remember being like 5 or 6 watching Survivor on the couch with Pringles that had like Survivor trivia on them in like blue edible ink. Every year HGTV gives away a dream home, right? I don't know. Almost every winner has surrendered the home. Couldn't afford the property taxes. Fair enough. The blue edible ink. Yes, exactly. You had the Pringles that had like a little bit of, they had something on them. I don't really remember. I was too young to really commit that to long-term memory. HGTV ended up selling the home and keeping the profit. It's like they do it on purpose. That is kind of scuzzy. It's very suspicious for sure. Oh, I never thought of the property taxes. What is property taxes like for you guys in the States? Because in something like a $2 or $3 million home, it's like $5,000 or $6,000 a year here. Winning a car in Vegas or a casino, you have to pay the taxes on the car. They don't tell you that. Oh, 100%. Fuck, that's what it is, I bet. I had a coworker in the army who won a Ferrari in Vegas. Lucky them. But he couldn't claim it because of the taxes, I bet. Yeah, couldn't afford the taxes. Crazy. My mom had a house that she sold for $559,000 and her taxes were over $6,000 a year. We fought the British and found in America over taxes, and here we are. It's different in each town. Yeah, totally. There are 2 things that are certain in life, death and taxes. You never truly own anything in this country. Even after you pay off your house, you still pay still pay for the property it sits on. That's the way. We have something called eminent domain. Eminent domain, also known as condemnation, is the power of a government to take private property for public use, even if the owner does not want to sell. Scuzzy. But I can't imagine it's exercised that often. They can force you out of your home to build a highway. It still goes on. I'm sure it does. But not, like, widespread, I'm sure. And they probably, like, pay you out. It's not like they just start bulldozing your house. Start offset is good. YZ is good. Target distance is good. New YZ looks good to me. And offset. The fact that it even exists and can be used anytime. Yeah. Like, I understand why it exists, but it is pretty scuzzy. I pay taxes when I buy a home. I pay taxes on the land my house is on. I pay taxes when I get paid, and I get paid taxes when I buy something to put in the house. Yeah. There are entire neighborhoods owned by corporations. Yeah. A business shouldn't be able to invest in real estate. Well, there are some businesses that are entirely built around investing in real estate, which has its own issues. Facebook shouldn't be able to buy residential property. They shouldn't be able to buy it, but they should be able to, like, build their own on their own campuses, I feel. They buy out property meant for families and sell at 500% profit. So you mean they flip properties? Or do they buy property for, like, relocating employees and having them live there? We have a massive housing shortage here. Absolutely. We do up here. Up north. They buy it, then hold it. Diamond frickin' hands. Google can't have it. Want to hear something really scummy? This one boils my blood. Let's hear it. So places like California, for example. There are homeowners who form groups who actively protest new houses being built. They lobby for businesses and governments to not make more homes. Why? They don't want the value of their homes to drop. That's ridiculous. Like, look, sorry, we need to put more houses in here. We need the housing prices to drop. It makes me unbelievably mad. See, I'm so mad I can't spell. Are you always mad? I'm joking. I'm joking. Yes, usually I'm working on it. You don't come across as angry all the time. Not joking, I'm pretty angry most of the time. Being angry is fine. Like, a lot of people get really up in arms with, like, oh my god, everyone is so angry. It's like, well, it's an emotion. People are allowed to feel what they want to feel. And generally, I think I have monk mental. It takes a lot to make me mad. And when I get mad, I just get like, I bottle it up inside of myself. And the people like me and Arrow who just want to live peacefully get told we're crazy. Told you I'm a pessimist. My fuse is non-existent. Fair enough. To be fair, I feel like living in California, your fuse would be short. I don't know. I'd like to own a house one day. I think I've said this before, but in a dream world, when this game is done, it sells like hotcakes, and I can buy a house cash. That'd be super nice, but I'm not counting on it. Plus, my anxiety keeps me in fight or flight most of the time. Understood. Peas in a pod. Is housing very expensive in Florida? Lavender? Or Miami? I bet. It's like California. Well, being in a place. Oh, I live in Massachusetts, north of Boston. Okay. I just rented a new apartment. And what is your rent? $2,700 a month for a small 2-bedroom, 900 square feet. East Coast isn't affordable either. No, I can't imagine it is. Yeah, that's absurd. I got a very good deal on my rent. Let's see. The median rent for a two-bedroom apartment in my city is a little under $2,700 a month, Canadian. Um, 850 square foot, in Michigan for 1,500. That's why I moved. 2,400 gets you a 350 square foot box in California. Yeah. I pay 1,700 for 3 bedroom in a townhouse. Chicken people's got it right. My actual rent is 27.63. In Canadian, 37.80. Yeah, that's bananas. One thing I miss about the army was free housing. One of my groomsmen is currently in training to be a police officer, and his room and board is completely covered, and he's like, yeah, it's the best. There is a cat behind my monitor. Which one is this? This is B. Oh, wait. Alright, I'm gonna lock in for a second. Have you seen the Amazon houses? No, I haven't. Residents got paid in a currency only usable in that town. And when the business dried up or went overseas, the employees were left with no real money. Gross. Amazon houses that cost 20K. Sounds nice on the surface. What is it in reality? But like, have you guys heard of Billyland? This is Billyland. It is a website where you can put an auction. You can put a bid in an auction for property for sale. For instance, let's look at this 5.26 acres land in Arizona. Yeah, so you got a down payment on this land. That's your winning bid. You get, it's the down payment. And then you take the balance of 45 grand for a decent chunk of land. I don't know. I think that's cool. We don't have anything like that here. They pre-build and place them on land, but they're tiny homes and super cheaply made. That's why they're buying houses, so that people will buy their houses. Yeah. My sister's really into tiny houses, and I think they're cool, but I couldn't live in one personally. You shouldn't have to rely on a corporation to own property in America. I agree. Used to be able to work for a company, get paid well, ride through the ranks, and retire. It worked too. It's not the same anymore. I stayed at 10 years at my previous job. It all depends on the people at the company. It's a culture thing. If the company pays you well, or at least well enough, and you enjoy the people you work with, it's a decent enough place to stay. Right? I had a lot of pride at my job. We were in cybersecurity, yeah. Most places know you cap out right away and you don't have a chance to make it to a corporate level. I was basically at a corporate level at my last job, and I didn't get a raise. I was paid less than a junior, and they just couldn't afford to give me a raise. I was at a military defense company before, where I learned a lot. That's pretty cool. So if you start at 19, you're capped at 25, and if you're still there when you're 40, you're making the same amount you made as when you were 25. Yeah. That's the reality, right? My father told me the only way to make real money in today's world is to go out into business for yourself. Sell drugs, I hear that pays well. Probably. Pharmacists get paid pretty well. Or become a Wall Street crook. Yeah. This is true. I hate people who take drugs like airport security. I would love to grow weed. Are you in Canada, chicken people? You can. Stealing from the working man, truly. Growing cannabis is fun. I have no space to do it. But maybe one day I'd do it. I don't know. I am in Canada. You can do it. Ottawa? Yeah, it's legal. Like, people can have a certain number of plants. You can't have, like, 300, like I was saying. How many, yeah, so in Canada, adults 19 years or older may grow up to 4 non-medical cannabis plants at the dwelling house that they ordinarily reside. I've seen entire mountainsides full of cannabis. That's insane. But sell to people for retirement, sell the strong shit. I think that's illegal. You can grow your own for private consumption, I think. California doesn't mess around when it comes to growing. There's crazy large grow operations out there. I bet. They have the climate for it. I think the more legalizations that's done, the less damage the cartel can do. Probably. I do think that decriminalizing is the way to go. That's just my thoughts. Cartel isn't a big issue in Canada, is it? No, but we've got our own organized crime up here. It's a big issue here. I'm sure it is. Like, we've got organized crime here, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of it comes from the States. But in BC, there's a bunch. Like, in late 2024, the biggest drug lab in BC's history was busted, and it was something like 24,000 square feet of sophisticated growing operations and manufacturing. It was insane. I believe all drugs should be legal, then tax the hell out of them. Absolutely. Retro, hello, welcome in. Just relaxing, hope the stream is going well. It is going well. We were having a lot of chats, and it's been bumping all day. Schools have started music programs again, and field trips came back. Hold on, sorry, I've missed some here. We have lots of street gangs and stuff too, don't get me wrong. I believe all drugs should be legal and taxed the hell out of them. Colorado did it well. They legalized cannabis and actually put it, back into the community. Make it safe, 100%. Schools started having music programs again, and field trips came back. Were they not a thing for a while? Not really, even in California, man. Field trips went away. Schools closed music and art programs, no money. That's a shame. It's crazy. I just went down a land and home rabbit hole in Mass, yeah. Yeah, they keep getting education. It's horrible. Public schools in America is a death sentence in my eyes. I think that there's a need, all around the world really, for reform in the public school curriculum. Like, in Canada, I don't need to learn about the fur trade 8 times. I'm okay, right? Like, it's not critical information for me. You know what I'd prefer to do? What is taxes? How do I save money? Private school is the future. I went to a private school for high school. We need to put more focus. We put too much focus on testing because that's how our schools get funding. Yeah, standardized tests are silly. I'm learning about the fur trade now. Oh, and for your citizenship test? Yeah. It's important stuff.
Back from Nats. Thanks for sticking around.
We need to find out what kids are good for and focus on that. Train them specifically for a skill, like a trade school almost. And I feel like as things become more automated and kids have the freedom to be like, oh, I like painting. It's like, okay, go paint. We'll send you to school just for painting, and you can do that. And hopefully with an economically prosperous place, we can actually have these kids who are into art selling them. I think that'd be cool. That's what I went to for school. A trade school. I ended up graduating from what was effectively a trade school. It's been known forever now. People learn at different rates, and some people are better with their hands than they are at textbooks. We refuse to change how we operate our schools. What I think is the bigger problem is that there's a lot of schools that hire teachers that A, are not knowledgeable, and B, don't care. Like, in elementary and middle school, school was fine. I didn't love it, but none of my teachers really cared that much, and it was what it was. But then I went to a private school for high school, and suddenly, wow, I loved school. I looked forward to going to school because my teachers made it very engaging. Learn computers, never regretted it. It's a superpower. Being the person who's like, oh, my printer's broken, can you fix it? Being able to say, no, it's not my expertise, I do this. I mean, like, everyone can do that, but being able to do the other more in-depth things, super cool. Yeah, unfortunately, people in power are greedy. I hope we can get there, but I worry. Yeah. I'm in the mindset of, yes, you should know basic math, but if you have someone who refuses to learn math, don't let them drop out and become another problem. Teach them something else. Yeah. Like, is addition, subtraction, division, multiplication important? Yes. Is learning basic geometry important? I'd argue yes. Is learning more advanced pre-calculus important? Yeah, it helps. Spelling and grammar and whatnot is important, I feel. So like, I'm a big defender of the English classes. I know a lot of educators who truly love what they do and they make a huge difference, but their colleagues are like checked out. Oh, 100%. That's my mom, 40 years into the education field, yep. The biggest thing teaching history and English, or vocabulary, or whatever your native language is, yeah. You have to be able to communicate your feelings and thoughts, your concepts. So vocab and English is important. Absolutely. I have never used calculus. I did for a little bit when I was foraying into AI. Like, I had to get some derivatives, but I didn't have to do like the other important shit. Stop at algebra and maybe some trig. Yep. History is important because it's history. You want to be able to see the patterns and know where you came from. 100%. And it needs to be, it's important that people realize, like, hey, look, a lot of people say it's like, oh, we're so great, we're awesome, but you also need to recognize, like, look, we've done some pretty messed up shit in the past. And what I see now is a lot of people are trying to sweep old history under the rugs. It's like, well, you can't do that. Once you get into history, you realize it's all a loop repeating itself. Exactly. We're not getting there. We're not diving into that. I'm sorry. Yep. Yep. I understand. That's why some in America feel shame, our past. I don't feel shame. I didn't live in those times, and I don't practice that mindset. Can't run away from it, embrace it, and do better. Yeah. Like, it's one thing to be like, look, we did some pretty messed up stuff, and for that, I do recognize that we've had our problems, but we're a changed place now, right? Like, recognize your past, don't make the same mistakes. That's what history is all about. That goes back to nationalism versus patriotism. Yeah. I guess it would. We want to be a changed place. I feel like we're just disguised as something else every time. It's very easy to put on a mask and pretend to be something you're not. For a little while. Until the facade crumbles, right? Now, we've changed dramatically. Some would argue for better versus worse. I think people get too caught up in the news. They're fed by an algorithm and don't see the good, honest people who are out there. I am subscribed to a newsletter called Good News Network. It's great. Okay. I am going to lock in for a little bit. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves, but I have a problem I want to fix. Let's see. Boy. So, zooming out and zooming back in is working nicely. Let me see that again. So when I'm in first person mode, or third person mode rather, it's working. Where are some enemies so I can, just for the sake of it, see one of our guys? You probably already caught a scent. Let's just wait for you to roll up. Over the hill you go. There's our dudes. I don't like how jittery it is. That's always been a problem and I need to fix it. I just want to see how this looks when we're in combat together. That man is floating. Wow. Well, that was fun. This is so cool to see. I'm glad. I'm glad you think so. So, this is a problem. So why is our camera rotating? Lavender, is this your emote? I really like him. No, it's an artist I follow. I'm obsessed with it. Good stuff. You've never seen my bird tattoo, have you? I didn't even know you have any tattoos. Wait, what? Yeah. You haven't seen all my Pokemon? No, no, I haven't. I'm actually going to save my scene real quick and do a Fine. Okay. Well, we got a commit done. Let's move on. Okay, Sansa, I'm looking at them right now. That is super fucking cool. I'd always wanted to get like a gaming sleeve. The owl is me. Arrow, you have a tattoo of me. Yeah, I wanted to get a tattoo of a bonfire from Dark Souls. And Knight Artorias. But I just have my one little tattoo. Here, Arrow, I'll send you my one tattoo. It's just a little guy. I have more tattoos than that. I bet. When I reach 1,000 followers or 40 average viewers, I'm gonna get a tattoo for my channel. Either about my handle or game or something. I just got my first one last week. What is your tattoo of? You know what? At 1,000 follows, I think that's kind of the point in time where there's a big commitment to be made. Maybe. If that's if like you see streaming to be something you'll be doing forever. Absolutely. But my handle or my game or something. Lavender, are you a game developer? But I do want to see your sci-fi one. Do show. A small ladybug for my grandmother. She passed away earlier this year. Sorry to hear that. I've wanted one forever, and was so scared for what turned out no reason. Yep. My tattoo took an hour and a half, in and out, and it hurt, but it was fine. And I was wearing hoodies in the summer to avoid showing it to my mom. She's like, why the fuck are you wearing hoodies? And I was like, because I got a tattoo. You know, like a game I love or a character or something. Okay. Or a purple moon for my handle. Okay. I think that'd be nice. Oh, that's a cool tattoo. I like the coloring on it. The astronaut. I do, actually. After a second look. My mom was not for tattoos, but it was her mom who passed, so she got one with me. Nice. My dad is very into sailing, and he would never get a tattoo. But among sailors, it is something like... among sailors, it's something like for every 1,000 or 10,000 nautical miles that you travel across the sea, you get a tattoo of a sparrow. So when my dad passes, I will get a tattoo for all of his sparrows. Oh, I love that. Like, that's one I will get without question. I would be covered in frickin' birds. Which, you know what? It's fitting. I did tell you my real name, right? No, you didn't. Neither first nor last, and you don't need to share that if you don't want to. Really? It's Arrow. Really? Crazy. I never would have guessed. My real name, it's actually in my bio. It's Mateo. And my last name remains a mystery. Gonna name my kid Bo, or Bo. Nice, 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 nice. Got bow and arrow. And who is Quiver? You don't need to tell me if this is right, but with a name like Arrow, your name's gotta be like, your last name's gotta be like Fletcher or something. I'm joking. You don't need to tell me. I'm a cleaning wizard, I swear. You clean a whole awful lot. Okay, so we're gonna go into our late update. Alright, you're headed out. See you later, chicken people. Thank you for tuning in. Great to have you as always. I've been chatting with Bard guy on Discord for a bit. Gonna teach him a little bit in the near future. That's fun. Going through all of this, making sure it looks good. What is going on now? And then on our fixed update, let's see. I think this should do a little something. Never been able to wrap my head around coding. It's so cool to me to see letters, numbers, and symbols become this. It's... Once you understand the basics, it's actually quite easy to parse. So, if I just go back into here, for instance, I will sort of start to break it down a little bit for you. It's a little noisy here, but let's say we have just this area here that I'm marking off. Let's say we wanted to store your username into something that would be called a variable. We would say string, we're declaring what kind of variable it is, which is basically a name to access this value and change it at a moment's notice. String name, you'd give your variable a name that describes something, equals, and you put it in double quotes to say that this is a string of characters. And it would be lavender moonrise. And to say that this particular statement, we're declaring a variable and we're assigning it a value. To say that it's over, give it a semicolon, move on to the next line. And then if I wanted to print this, what I would do is I'd say debug.log. Right? And then I could either in here write a string like hello world, which this is commonly people's first program ever. Or because I have a string variable here, I can just say debug.log. Whoa. Name. And then this will just print the same string that's up here into your console. Learning programming is really understanding how to use variables and manipulate them. And once you really understand those basics, it's very easy to teach yourself the next thing and then the next thing. That's all. I'm glad you think so. I think I'm a bit of a dork. Thanks for the mini lesson. Of course, my utmost pleasure. I need a new keyboard. This thing is really starting to wear down on me. It's served me well my whole career. But I think it's time for it to be put to rest. I've seen your keyboard. It be clacky. Yeah, it is. It's clacky. It's fine. Like, it's just the sound of the keys. But, like, right now, the H key isn't working. The N key is starting to break. The O key is also starting to break. It's a mess. You're not a dork. This is so fascinating. It's a skill. Rip keyboard, indeed. The keys are also quite shaky, IMO. There's a lot of good budget keyboards that feel and sound a lot more together. Coding without keys must be hard. It can be, but like if I hit the H key, sometimes it works great. But sometimes like I'll hit the H key 3 or 4 times and only get 1. Like I like my keyboard. It's just very old. I've had it for Probably 6 or 7 years at this point. Probably. She's just wearing down. Rode this out until, no, since graduating high school to now. I'm currently using my work keyboard at the moment. It's a membrane Bluetooth keyboard. There are some of the keys that get stuck at the bottom. So they sometimes just go... Yep, membrane keyboards. Everybody... I'll be back in a second. Just need to hit the bathroom. And I am back.
Ads are starting. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, of course, like I'm right as ads are arriving. Not for Arrow, though.
Back from ads. Thanks for sticking around.
Alright, we are back from ads. Welcome back. Thank you for sticking around all the way through ads. I have not had a stream this bumping in a long time. Thank you, everybody. So appreciated. Let's go, indeed. All started with a raid of 6 near the start of the stream. Always cool to see people support 100%. And I'll be sending this raiding party over someplace else in probably a little under an hour. What happens if we try this now? Okay, so this is working mostly fine. Still a little bit of freaking jitter, and I don't like it. Oh my goodness. Okay. In camera. Oh goodness, what is happening? What if I just changed the whole game to have no top-down view? It's just third person. Wow, is it a wild Poe I see? You mean Poe Carlson? I do like top-down view, to be honest, but it's a personal preference. Exactly. I've been looking for a few hours now. I saw you in Firebot. Thank you for being here. Like, I'm really liking this third-person feel. It feels very fun. Nah, Carlson has been a busy, busy person. Lots of things going on with him. Oh my goodness, with a face cam. Nah, I could never. That's not true. I could. I just choose not to. I prefer to stay a little bit more anonymous. Oh. Cams do help though. Yes, 100%. People like to see who they're watching. Yes. Yes, I totally agree with you. Like, if I wanted to grow faster, I'd put a face cam on. Yeah. Like, with a face cam, it makes you more instantly recognizable and relatable, which is nice. But at the same time, like I like the blue owl, it's your vibe. It's it's new. He's hanging out here. You don't use your other model anymore? What other model? This is the only one I've ever had. Yeah, probably Carlson. No, up until this moment, my overlay has been literally this aerial text. Let's see if I can select what I got. My overlay has been this in various parts of the screen, but we're working on it. Yeah, that makes sense, why I haven't seen it lately then. Yeah. No, I have this owl. I don't know what his name is yet, but he's hanging out. I'm open for suggestions on that. How you doing, Purse? Let's see. If we take our player V2, no, our student mission camera. Let's take this, drag it in here. What's gonna happen? Is it going to break absolutely everything? Ah, yes. Beat. Right on. This is peak gameplay. God. Good, just woke up from my nap after work, debating if I want to eat some more before I go live or not. Load up. So I asked ChatGPT for name ideas for the owl. Okay. Nestor. Fun nod to both Nest and the Greek wise counselor. Okay. Okay. Interesting. It's definitely in the feedback box. I should add a command. So how far are we with the game now? Oh. We are... Right now, we're working on making the character controls a little bit nicer to play with. We finished overhauling our enemy AI so that it's a little bit more... It behaves more like a wolf, which is the end goal. And right now, we're putting in polish for a playtest because I'm long overdue for this. Which really boils down to making the game actually feel good to play. Because right now it's very janky. It's getting better already, actually. Now that I've improved this third-person controller. But there's still room for improvement. Will your game have controller support? I'd like it to. Probably. Yeah, I'd really like it to. Well, let's play. I don't want that anymore. What happens if we do that? Whoa! What just frickin' happened? Let's do this again. Smooth camera follow. What is this doing? Yes, I am a woman. Welcome in. It's been a very long time. Thank you for tuning in. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing pretty well. It's been a very busy stream for me today. Glad I was able to catch you. I'm doing good. Can't complain. Glad you're good. Absolutely. Glad I was able to catch you. I'm glad you're able to drop by. I'm sorry I haven't dropped by your streams in a long time. Oh, you're good. It's hard when you're in a lot of discords. Absolutely. I'm not in that, but sometimes it feels like I'm everywhere. I'm in like 10. It's so hard. Plus when you got your daily life going on. I am in 2, and I'm really only involved with 1. Why? So what are you doing? Making a game? I am. It's all I stream. And it's being very frustrating right now. I'm glad you think so. I think I'm the only person in Pizza Party that does this, but maybe there are. I go to my Cinemachine camera. Oh, I see. Submission camera. Third person follow. Or maybe not. Target group. Yes. Let's do this. We're going to go back here to our submission camera. We'll change this to our look point. Right, that's not working anymore. Okay. So, no, we're going to change this to our target group again. Go. This is working well again. So, I'm not sure I like those values anymore. Might want to change those a bit so it's a little bit more like over the shoulder, easier to aim. That's for later. What if I do hard look at? Just for the shits and giggles. A whooper. What on earth? That ain't it, Chief. I've been muted for a little while. My mistake. How dare you? How dare I? Banned from my own channel. Damn. I am one follower away from my next follower goal. Very nice. Okay. Oh, hello. I don't speak Russian, but I think this is Privyet. Maybe I'm wrong. I checked, it is indeed. Okay, look at that. Hello, welcome in. You're gonna be my first viewer from Russia. I don't know what you're saying, Carlson.
Ads are starting. Thanks for your patience.
Um, I have the exclamation point game command. And there it is. I don't speak Russian. I can't help you. Sorry. Thank you, Carlson. Who is on a pizza party? Oh, Arrow is on.
Back from ads. Thanks for sticking around.
Alright. I'm gonna be ending the stream here. We've been going for a little over 6 hours. Thank you everybody who was here the whole damn time. I'm gonna rate us out to Arrow, actually. Okay. Everybody, thank you again. I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.